Yo, time is 5:49 a.m. Hmm. Um, what was I thinking of? Oh yeah, I gotta upload videos. I hate that bug. I hate that bug so much when it doesn't update the name and then you have to reload it. I slept for a while and went for a walk. Couple of hours. What did they say? Freedom, creativity, and genuine happiness, right? Yeah, I don't like this place's culture at all, and Australia's the same. What the fuck? What is this? Get out of the way. Ah. This isn't really the style I'm going for. This is more like wave music, more drift funk, as opposed to like dark stuff. You know, like horrorcore or something. Holy shit. What the fuck are these things? Yo, he drifted. What is it called? I don't know, let's just go with that. It's simple. What is it with drifting? Like, why is that such a big association? What are those things? This guy's almost reached the problem at. It's not very good at writing lyrics and stuff. It's okay. This just sounds like K-pop or something. This just sounds like K-pop or something, like J-pop. Yeah, I should put dark. This is dark shit. That's so bad at doing the vocals, like that just sounds like J-pop or something. That's probably most of what it's trained off of. The fuck are these people talking about Peanutville and Wheatleyville? What even is that? What are they talking about? It's so cliche, it uses the same fucking things over and over again. Whoops. Oh. Yo, why is this not ready yet? This one sucks. Alright. Bro, what is this? Peanut protest. What the fuck is Peanutville? Is this Peanutville? Oh. This shit is garbage. Yo, this is garbage. Peanutville legit garbage, okay? This guy's been building this for ages. Yo, hurry up. It's being stupid. It's because I didn't reload it. Oh my god, bro, come on. Hurry the fuck up. Fucking piece of shit. I think that's kind of cap. I think Jacinda was a bit self-aggrandizing, to be honest. Look at how much media has been made about her after she's left leadership. She allowed all that to happen. I mean, see, do I even have shared identity with these people? I don't know. Maybe not. Technically, yes, but at the same time, I feel like we're very different. Maybe I'd be better off to organize a subculture rather than trying to, you know, operate within the larger, wider society that doesn't really like people like me. Holy shit. Get this shit out of here, retard. Who's driving this? It's fucking annoying. How the fuck does he jump that far? Oh, it's Paynard. That doesn't really sound like a charismatic authority, though. Didn't Max Weber say that more or less it had to do with being inherently superior or having some right above others? But, I mean, according to this ChatGPT response, they said that that wouldn't work here. You have to... You have to do these things instead. Competence, humility. See, I kind of feel like humility isn't necessary if you're that competent. Like, I feel like people who are very competent don't necessarily need to be humble. Like, if you're successful, why can't you talk about being successful? Why do you have to hide it from people else they might feel insecure? I kind of don't agree with that at all. There's just like a big difference between like New Zealand and like American culture. In American culture, you can just be successful and like show off and stuff. And people are like, oh, cool. Wow, cool, so great. Right? You can see this everywhere in American culture that media that gets spread, right? In New Zealand, you're like supposed to be like, oh no, I'm not that good. The fuck? It's a performance. It's not real. Seriously. Why are people in this part of the world so insecure that they need, like, people who do better than them to put on an act and be like, oh, I'm not actually that good? It's fucking stupid. Like, success is success. Why shouldn't people be allowed to express that they are successful? Except in some things. Some things you're allowed to. You know. They say down to earth. What does that mean? That means, like, relatable and humble, right? This is like something that New Zealanders find to be a positive trait. I don't really agree. Humble, practical, and unpretentious. I don't mind people being pretentious sometimes. Like, what's wrong with that? You know? Why aren't people allowed to be proud of themselves? For example, you're not allowed to have pride in your work and stuff. Because people will disrespect you for it here. Because it makes them feel insecure. Because New Zealanders and Australians are, like, threatened by everything. Everything is threatening. Everything makes them feel insecure. Unless the person fits in really well. So it's not actually that just that they aren't deserving of it. It's that they simply seem superior. That's the only reason. It's the only reason, bro. The reason why people don't like it is simply because some people might seem superior to others. That's the central concern, is that they don't want that to happen. In order to be relatable, you need shared identity, right? And I don't think that we have that. I don't relate to most white New Zealanders or Polynesians, who are the most, that's the majority of the population. That's like, I think white people are like 70 something percent, and then Polynesians are like another 15. Look, if you add them together, it's probably maybe 80%, because people are mixed race and stuff. No, I think it is higher. I don't know. It's probably 80%. 8 out of 10. What is that? To simplify. 8 out of 10. 4 out of 5. It's fucking 4 out of 5, bro. Or 1 and 2.5. No, 2 and 2.5. 2 and 2.5. 4/5. 4 out of every 5 people are like virtually guaranteed to be unrelatable to me. And I'm not joking, I'm not exaggerating, I'm not doing this as some performance. Or, oh, I'm just trying to be a contrarian, you know, I just want to be different. That's not how it is. Like, I literally can't relate to these people. Like, we don't have much at all in common. I feel like, I find people from, like, East Asia background, or, you know, even, like, South Asia more relatable. For whatever reason, I don't really know the specifics. I just know that that's the case. They're more relatable. We're more similar to each other. People from Asia than white New Zealanders or And I can say this with confidence. I've grown up in this culture, right? I've grown up in white New Zealander culture. I live in an area that is like 90 something percent white. Yet I can't relate to these people very well. Honestly. I don't like the culture. I don't like it at all. I honestly think that, like, white American culture is better aside from the racism, you know? I don't know because I haven't been there. So, look, it's only from, like, media and, I guess conversations and stuff and sort of what they say about themselves. But, um, look, I can say, like, with quite a high degree of certainty, I don't like the way it is in Oceania. I don't like Oceanian white people culture. I haven't liked it for a long time. I've grown up around it. I've grown up surrounded by it. And it's always like people like me are on the margins all the time. Unless you put on this performance, you put on this act, which I don't want to do anymore. I got sick of it, right? Polynesian culture just has nothing to do with me. I mean, they're like extroverts and stuff. So we're not really similar. Totally different. Who is relatable? Question mark. People like East Asia. And I just find it easier with them. I just find it easier to interact and stuff. And that's like virtually always been the case. Except for people who are like whitewashed. That's the exception. That is the exception. Bro, when I tell you, like, people from India, easy interactions. Almost effortless. They're foreigners. Do you know how weird that is? This isn't common, this isn't normal. Why do I have an easier time interacting with people from foreign places or foreign backgrounds? Why is it easier? Or the other question is like why is in parallel interacting with white New Zealanders and other assimilated New Zealand populations so difficult? Why is that so difficult? Why are they so difficult to interact with? And why is it so much easier to interact with a lot of people from diverse backgrounds who aren't them? Because it kind of tells me or says to me that the problem is kind of just the dominant group of people, and outside of that, there are very few issues. Or the issues are just significantly less and less severe, right? Like it's kind of ironic almost that like the people you have the most problems with are like the ones running everything and dominating the culture. Like this fucking waste, bro. Polynesians are like managed minorities. Like, they're subservient, totally. Aside from the ones that get into gangs, but I mean, you know, gangs are not, you know, that's not a, what do you call? It's not a, it's not constructive. I hate this shit, bro. I wish I lived somewhere else. Like, people act like, oh, you want to be here, though. No, I don't. When have I ever said that? I don't want to be here. You fucking retard. I'm stuck here. Why don't you let me claim money and live overseas and I'll stop being a problem? No, because they're not going to do that, are they? They're not going to do that. Like, if my streaming or whatever took off, if my recording YouTube took off somehow, and, like, I could just get, like, passive income off of it. I would probably definitely move overseas. There's not even really a question about it. Like, what are we talking about, bro? What are we talking about? I don't want to live here. I don't even like it here. Literally, I don't like it here. I haven't liked it here for a long time. Right? About the point in my life in which I was like, oh yeah, aren't these issues kind of like specific to the people living here? Yeah, they are. Yeah, actually, the issues are specific to the people living here, and you know, of these backgrounds, and actually, outside of them, I don't have these problems, more or less. It's a joke. It's a fucking joke. Like, what are we doing? What are we fucking doing, bro? Why are my best experiences with foreigners and my worst experiences and the most common bad experiences with people from the dominant cultures in these countries, in this country specifically, right? It's not a coincidence. It never has been. This is by design, right? By design, the people who dominate don't like people who seem threatening and different. And the people who are different, they don't mind it if you seem successful or capable and different. The people who are different already and aren't part of the larger structure in society, they're not super established, they're fine with you acting differently. It's not threatening to them, right? They're more accepting of me and I'm more accepting of them than the wider society is. That's the reality, right? Not perceived anywhere near as threatening and, Who's this guy? Maze badge. Why? Did she leave? Fucking hello. What's my thing? That's normal. It's interesting how they still update this game. Like, it's been years. It's been like many, many years. This game has been out. I think I need to brush my teeth or something. Hmm. What do they call it? Shared what? Shared... Like shared values and shared identity. Yeah, see, the values are different, and that kind of makes people here really not like me very much. I know that though, like I'm not gonna change, right? I've done that before, and it's shit. I don't like their culture, right? It's not like, oh, I just want to be different. Look, I like being who I am. At the same time, I don't like their culture, so I'm not going to adopt it myself, right? That's terrible. It sucks. It's a bad culture and it gets poor results. The only people that it benefits are the ones already successful in it. Anyone else, any upcomers, you'd be treated like a slave, basically. You're always subservient. They will never allow you to actually, you know, what would you say? They'll never allow you to have an actual position unless you're subservient to them. That's how it works, right? You gotta be like below them. I think of like it's just classic because it's like even in like the United States with like East Asians. they tend to be very successful, right? Very successful generally, like in terms of like competence and business and all of this, getting good degrees, getting good jobs, all that. Yet they seem to have more or less like very little influence over society. I think that's by design. Like the white Americans won't who dominate won't let them in. They won't let them have influence over society because they're like seen as a threat, right? I mean, they even have like with all this DEI stuff in universities, they're actually discriminating against East Asians because they're overrepresented in universities for being more capable than the average person is, which is a fucking joke. It's insane, actually. Right? Like you have to be better than like way better than average to get in if you're of East Asian descent. That's basically racism done for off the basis of like advantaging groups that don't perform very well by discriminating against ones that perform better than average. Like the representation is so little, it's absurd. There's like no. Where's the East Asian media? You know, where are the people in media? Where are the people in leadership positions? It's pretty much all white people in the United States. Why? There are more of them, that's true. Um, but, you know, are the people very, very successful that there are more of? Well, I mean, they're average successful. Maybe successful, more successful as compared to some other minority groups. Other, you know, groups that aren't dominant. But, I mean, you have, in this example, of like East Asians in the United States, at least, which is where most of the data is, I guess. These people perform much better than average, despite being a smaller number of the population. But we don't see them being therefore disproportionately represented in leadership positions. Why? It's probably racism, you know? How do we get like, oh, they're like very, very successful in getting good jobs, good degrees, business, running businesses, but they're also like barely in leadership positions in the United States, and they're barely in media. It's like they're being repressed. I would say it's repression. I would say when they're given the opportunity, when these white Americans in leadership positions are like, who's going to be the next person taking over? They're not going to select the Asian candidate. You know, that's what I think. I don't think it's just that like East Asians aren't running for the positions. I don't think that that's accurate at all because you know they tend to culturally value success and obvious like expressions of it, right? Education, high success jobs. What's the other one? Business. I can only think of like Andrew Yang. You know, who else is there? There's like nobody. It's absurd. And Andrew Yang is probably like second generation or something. You know. What is it if not? If not racism and active repression via the actions of the dominant majority, i.e. white Americans. I don't think you can come up with another good explanation for it. Muffins. What is it if not, oh, we just don't like them? Isn't that the reason? Oh, we just don't like them. Who's gonna want this kind of person in a leadership position, right? That's what they're thinking, I would say. That's what the sort of argument is like, who would want to, it's like white people don't want to be led by people they think are inferior unless they're managing them, right? So, like, you can have in New Zealand Polynesian leadership because white people widely believe that Polynesians are subservient to white people in this country. And that they are essentially more or less, otherwise, like, regardless, managed by, managed by the white majority, right? And I mean, we can see this in history where they would, like, ban Chinese people from moving to these countries because they were, like, better workers than the average, and they didn't want white people to be replaced in positions of employment by better workers who could probably work for less as well at the same time. So they do this, like, protectionism thing where they say, oh, Chinese people aren't allowed to move here anymore, right? So it's like negative selection on the basis of racism and nothing else, basically. They like as in actively selecting a worse candidate on the basis of race alone slash racial bias. I would say the contemporary anti-Indian racism has to do with that as well. You know, because they take like, oh, look how shitty it is in India, right? Which, you know, it might be. And then they go and they look at people from India in their own country who don't live like that at all and start treating them like shit for it. Why? Because Indians are like disproportionately successful. It's because they threaten white people domination. It's the only reason, and this is why they do this to other groups as well, right? Who threaten the pre-established hierarchies. They don't care about, like, say, Maori people in New Zealand because Maori people aren't perceived as any real threat. Most of them are poor, disorganized, and not very well educated. How are you going to be threatened by a group of those qualities? You're not, right? In comparison, uh, uh, you know, people from like India are getting wealthy in the West. A lot of them are getting wealthy. They might have a good education sometimes, right? They're like capable workers and they're pretty well organized. Like they have a sense of like group unity, you know? They don't like that because it kind of comes up with like his like a counterculture or like a alternative elites, you know? That's the main issue. I would say that comes from fear, right? Which is reasonable. It's reasonable to fear persecution for acting out, but at the same time, like, if you just lie down and take it, people won't respect you and you won't actually get, like, concessions, you know? They could be more organized, I guess. Oh shit. Hey yo, where'd she go? Who the fuck is Ada Dengas? Classic. Bro, where do I meet people? Seriously. I know I'm in the wrong part of the city. Generally. And like, I would say it's the same for me. They're never gonna let someone for me into a proper leadership position, are they? No. Because they wouldn't like the style I would have. That's why you need to get support from people from other groups that are more open to certain things. East Asian culture, for example, much more open to success. White New Zealander culture, not open at all. My parents don't even want me to be successful, right? I think they prefer I just stay as I am. as an inferior. That's what they like. They don't want to be threatened, right? Unless they can take credit for it. And that's the classic New Zealand way, right? They'll only accept people being individually successful if they can make it a collective thing. If they can take credit for it, right? No, maybe it's like that in East Asian culture as well, but I feel like people are more open to like, discussing success as well. What are the two different things? Empiricism and the other one. What's the other one called? Empiricism is experience, or rationalism, reason. Okay, yeah, cool. Great. What is that? Is that him? Is that his mouth? Oh, that's his mouth. Yo. Yo. Let's save that one. Shared identity. Alienation, they say, comes from shared values. I would say I'm very alienated from white New Zealand culture. And I will search values. Values, isolation. Common values. Me and white New Zealanders don't have common values. I don't like their values. I think they're harmful. Why is there a dead bird here? What the fuck? What? How did that kill him so quickly? That's crazy. Come to the saloon. What the fuck is the saloon? Oh. Bro, we can't even get through. The fuck? Where did it go? They have this nice lemon soda drink at the dairy. It's called convenience store. It's called Solo. Tastes really good. It's really lemony. It's got real lemon juice in it. I like lemon soda. Tastes nice. They used to have Zero, and I didn't buy it because I wasn't drinking Zero at the time. Now they don't sell it anymore. What the fuck? Inability to identify with the dominant norms of society, no, dominant values of society. High expectancy that socially unapproved behaviors are required to achieve goals. That's where, we have this, what's it called? Strain theory, where you have, like, innovation, where it's like, you got to do stuff that people don't agree with in order to get the things that people think you should have. Such as crime. The high expectancy that socially unapproved behaviors are required to achieve given goals, like being a dissenter, right? Because if you are like slavish and subservient, they don't respect you. That's the reality. And if you are honest and open and proud of yourself, they hate you, right? So, but at the same time, being hated, you can make friends out of people who are also hated in the same societies, right? I honestly think almost it seems like it's easier to turn hatred into respect from some people than it is to turn subservience into respect. I feel like subservience doesn't get you respect at all. I gotta go brush my teeth. Hmm. I feel like there is more like the in group. If you're different, you're part of the in group. It's less tolerated than if you're part of an out group because they can say, "Oh, they're just Asian or something." Oh, well, they're not one of us, right? So it doesn't matter if they conform to it's like a win-win almost because if they don't conform to um the dominant majority, the dominant majority will say, "Oh well, they're not one of us anyway, so it doesn't really matter, and they're not a threat." Alternatively, if they don't conform to their own culture and fit in with the dominant majority, they get rewarded for doing that, right? You can't lose, really. I mean, you can only really lose if you give up your own culture, which is the minority, and you don't like the dominant majority, and then you're really on the margins, right? But like for someone who is, you kind of have like two choices that both can work. You can fit in with your own group, or you can fit in with the dominant majority, or you can like go between the two, right? So you have more options if you're a minority, I would say. Whereas if you're part of the dominant majority, you're either part of it or you're not. And if you're not part of it, other people in society don't really accept you for being different as much. Because you're not actually tied to those other groups. You don't have another ethnicity or something to fall back on, right? I mean, technically you could still find another culture, I guess. But I think it's a lot more difficult because it's like you gotta learn the language, you gotta be around those people all the time, which you might not have the opportunity to do so. Thanks, Mark Order. This is the issue that I come up with. Looks the same, same's the same slash same similar, but acts or believes differently. That is the conflict or the contradiction that people don't like, and I think it makes people not like me very much here, is, and why I have an easier time with a lot of foreigners, because a lot of foreigners expect you to act differently to a degree, right? Who the fuck is shooting at me, bro? It's so annoying. What? I'm gonna go fucking single player, bro. It's just annoying. But, like, if you are, if you look similar and act differently or believe differently, there's like this like, oh, it shouldn't be that way. It's a contradiction, right? They want you to conform. I'm gonna go single player, bro. This is like annoying. Who the fuck is killing me? Bro, where is she going? Thus. Anyway, before I was interrupted, I can't remember. I lost my fucking thought. I feel like this is cognitive dissonance that people get where you're like, oh, but you have my kind of accent. You look like me. You live in my country. By all means, you should be like me, right? You are a New Zealander. And this is an issue I have over and over and over again with largely white people here. They have this, like, they get so fucking hateful about, like, why aren't you acting like we do? Why don't you believe the things that we believe? Why are you so different from us, right? And they make it a problem for me all the time. This is like what psychiatrists do, because psychiatrists just seek to reinforce the pre-existing social order. And so they're like constantly trying to figure out, oh, why are you so different though? And then they call it a mental illness, right? They say, oh, you must be mentally ill. I'm not mentally ill. I'm just different. Right? No one from other backgrounds would assert that because it's not the reality. It isn't the reality. Right? The reality is people here constantly discriminate against me. And just for being different but looking the same, essentially. seeming similar but being different. They hate that, right? They hate that on the surface you look the same, but underneath you have different beliefs and you do things differently to other people here. Different values, different beliefs. I think it scares people, right? People love this. That's true. People love this because they're like, oh, yes, one of me, but you don't look like me, but you act like me and you think like me. And they're like, oh, yes, we're influencing people, right? People like that. People like that. And of course, the typical looks the same, acts and believes the same. I don't know many people like that, though. I don't know many people who look like me and act and believe the things that I do. It's not very common. I'm kind of at odds with the people that are most similar to me on the surface. Hmm. A lot of them, at least. In this part of the world, I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's not even a question. In this part of the world, it's like, yeah, well, yeah, obviously. Obviously. We aren't similar at all. And I think people get the wrong idea because we look alike. We might sound similar sometimes. But, I mean, we're not the same, are we? No. We don't have the same ideas about things. We don't have the same values. We don't have the same beliefs. And we do things differently. We really aren't the same people. And for many, that's a problem. Because they're like, well, you should just conform and be like us. Well, I'm not. Why would I do that? How would I benefit from this? Well, actually, you wouldn't benefit. It's just they'll stop like bullying and harassing you as much. That's literally how it's done. It's just domination and coercion, right? Like that's literally how it is. I hope you can read my notes on stream, on the recordings. They can't convert, because they don't have prestige, right? They don't have prestige. If we're looking at the dual, whatever it's called, theory, they don't have prestige. I don't value the things that they value. And they're like, oh, well, you should. Oh, well, I don't. And I do fine otherwise, right? I don't care about the stuff that they think is extremely valuable. And vice versa. They don't care about anything that I do. Maybe if they wanted to convince me that they had value in their culture, they could try actually valuing the things that are important to me. But they'll never do that. They'll never do that because they don't want to and because they actually might not be capable of doing so, largely. They're only interested in coercing and dominating. That's all they ever do, right? Like, to get you into sports in school here, they don't say, like, oh, sport is really cool. Here's why you should do it. No, they just force you. They just force you to do it. They don't come up with good reasons and make good arguments and, like, reward you for doing so. They just punish you if you don't do it. Of course that would make you hate it. Why wouldn't it? If you're not rewarded for doing so, and the only thing forcing you to do it is punishment if you don't comply, why would you have positive feelings toward that thing? Because, like, the constant fucking, thing I would get was like, oh, you're such a bad player. How's that supposed to make me feel good about playing the game if everyone's always talking shit about me? You know, and that was like most sports. And the ones that I was good at, people wouldn't recognize that I was good at it because they didn't want to be like giving me too much of an ego, I guess. So they like when I was really good at like baseball or softball or whatever it was, t-ball, I don't know. I think it was softball. I could hit the ball really far, and they would be like uncomfortable, you know, because they're fucking hypocrites. They're totally hypocritical. If you're seen as an intellectual, you're not allowed to be good at sport, basically, because that's threatening to them, right? It's threatening to them if you become successful at something that they value, whilst at the same time being a totally different person. It kind of pushes the idea that you don't actually have to be the kind of person that they value in order to be successful in the things that are important to them, and that's a threat. And so they would be like, they just ignore it. They just ignore it. What a joke. What a joke, bro. Seriously. The only time people would reward me is if it was like an intellectual field and it was a specific subject that I was good at. Like English. Why would they reward you? Because the teacher could take credit for it. That's the only reason why. Because the teacher could be like, that's my student. I taught them. Except they didn't actually teach me any of it. I was just already good at it. They didn't really teach me anything. More learned from other students sometimes. Like, the teacher didn't really educate me. I was just already good at it. I was just good at it from years of work and from just being good, I guess. Being effective, right? It is like sport. Intellectual fields are like sport. You practice a lot. Practice is important, but at the same time, some people are just going to be better than others regardless. That's how it is, right? I want you to be humble about that, yeah. I mean, what is being humble? Like, there is not bragging and not shoving it in people's face, which I don't know if that's, you necessarily don't have to do that. Like, I feel like sometimes it's fair for people to do these things. At the same time, what was I gonna say? Aren't we just telling people a lie like anyone can do anything? Is that even true? Maybe, but at the same time, some people will do things with less effort and get better results, right? Like, that's just how it is sometimes. I feel like this is just a mediocrity thing where we're just like sheltering the people who aren't very good at anything. But like, it's a fantasy, isn't it? The kind of equality that we're talking about is a fantasy. It's not real. Some people are better than others at things, right? Why aren't they proud? Why can't you have pride? You're only like proud to be gay or something, or proud to be a certain ethnicity that isn't white, right? You're not allowed to be proud of like being successful. Yeah, I swear you're only allowed to be proud of things that people consider inferior in these places. Not a threat to the group. What else is I don't know. Like, if people think that you are superior in some regard, what you will get here is that they won't celebrate you for it. They won't celebrate you at all. Um, a lot. A lot of the time they won't celebrate you for it. Not only will they not celebrate you for it, but you actually get people resenting you and like treating you a bit poorly for it, like excluding you from the group and stuff. And like they get all passive aggressive and stuff because they want to reduce your self image. And they do this all the time. It's like this narcissism thing. Because they're so proud of themselves that they can't, and of their culture, that they will not allow any threats to it to even exist, basically. They just beat down on them all the time. Why is this girl like, oh, add me? I said, get your brother to reply to me. She says, no, only if you add me. Bro, I'm literally the one that unfriended you, and you're trying to coerce me into adding you back. Like, why is she acting like she has the cards or something? I literally unfriended her and blocked her because she was being a bad person. And now she's like trying to coerce me into add. I don't even want to add her back. Like, why would you even try coercing me? It's absurd. She's kind of annoying anyway. Like, I mean, she's fun sometimes, but can get annoying as well. Like, why does she keep killing me? It's really annoying. I just try to run around and stuff. She's always trying to PvP. I don't want to PvP. I don't play for PvP. PvP is boring. Honestly. We're not in a relationship, bro. There's no relationship there. Let's be real. That's a good thing. Is this Nash? Little bit. Little bit. Not really. Tiny bit. Tiny bit. He doesn't have that many followers. Not many listeners. Nah, Grey Altar's super niche. That's Peg as well. It's so good. It's taken me years to find that stuff, bro. I just found it randomly as well. That's funny. Crazy how you can discover whole new genres and stuff. I think one of the main problems with Christchurch is the rural influence. Like, that stops it from being a proper city. And the fucking sprawl and the lack of intensity in housing. You know, like, where are the apartments? It barely has any. They have, like, single apartments, not, like, blocks. It's a shitty place. I don't like Christchurch. Shitty city. I wish my country wasn't so boring, bro. Stupid place. Yeah, if I get into Prime Minister, I'm just gonna flood the country with immigrants. That'd be so funny. I'll just flood it with people from China and India. That'd be great. Change the culture. Goodbye. No more white domination. They had their time. I'll just flood it with Chinese and Indians. And people that are, you know, have similar values to me. Who do I like? Chinese, Vietnamese, Singaporeans. I had something stuck in my eye the other day and it was so fucking uncomfortable. But you just gotta not rub it and like just blink a lot basically and it comes out after a couple of hours. I was rubbing it a lot though and like it was so uncomfortable. Why does it keep opening another tab? It's so annoying. Is this nation? Kind of. Doesn't have that many listeners. Imagine if I could be part of these cool car subcultures, bro. That'd be sick. Can't even drive. I could do Forza, but Forza doesn't run on my computer. Like, I can't record when I'm playing Forza. I don't know why. It's too high intensity or something. I just like the Subaru I had. Like, that was the car I drove a lot. So, like, restraint, as we can say, is, very high and very low in New Zealand. So, the opposite of indulgence is restraint. New Zealanders, like a lot of white countries, are very indulgent people. They're also a lot more individualistic than these other countries. And the power distance is very low, which means they don't like people who look successful. Right? There's less of a hierarchy, which can be a bad thing sometimes. Because you said, how do they get a low power distance? Well, it's because they harass people who seem proud of being successful to the point that they don't show themselves to be successful anymore. That's what they do. It's via coercion. Hierarchy is natural. It is natural. To a degree, you know. Like a degree of hierarchy is natural, right? More willing to accept differences, right? More willing to accept hierarchical differences, right? I would say US has a higher power distance, doesn't it? It does. It's like double. Bro, chatting with people and not having like pauses to think is so unnatural for me. Like those girls thought it was weird that like yeah, I've got social anxiety at the same time, but they thought it was weird that I wasn't like constantly communicating, right? There's another difference. Communication style pisses people off. You see, restraint. I didn't even have to read that. Like you just know the opposite of indulgence is restraint. Cynicism and pessimism. I described myself as that in a message to someone recently. Cynical and pessimistic. Well, you know, like drinking and smoking, these are bad for you, right? That's why I don't do that. I only do things that aren't terrible for your health. Aside from like food, that's kind of the one exception. I don't eat very healthily. I mean, it's kind of like forced on me though, like to a degree. I mean, not to make excuses, but um, yeah. If we're being realistic, there aren't that many great options available, are there? You know, the Chinese place I get food from sometimes is only open like in the evening. So in the morning, if I want some food, um, I have to get like a New Zealand store basically, stuff that New Zealanders like, which is usually not very good for you. I think about that sick guy from recently. That was interesting. He said he eats natural and he cooks for his community. And that's great. That's really good. I respect that. Like he doesn't have to, but I guess that's his culture and he chooses to follow it. It's quite cool. I like meeting different people. It's a lot nicer than these Australian New Zealanders. Australians and New Zealanders are so resentful, bro. I hate it. It's like last man slave morality type shit. I need to read some nature and like, do some self reflection, you know? I was thinking, was this a different song? No, it just changes up halfway through. What am I actually doing? Philosophy what? What? What is the development? It's like theory, but not. That's not the right word. Maybe analysis. Analysis. Kowalski analysis. It's like social analysis. Bro, fuck off. Do people really say namaste in India? Or is that like a joke? Is that like a stereotype? Fucking divine lies. Of course the Westerners came up with that, right? Oh, but in India it's actually just a respectful way to say hello or goodbye. I'm not in Atlanta, what the fuck? It's got a whole Wikipedia page dedicated to it. Indian fall off is crazy, bro. Oh, it's the COVID-19 thing. I don't know, maybe they deserve to fall off, like... There wasn't a great, very, great society in some regards. It was very, unequal with caste. Kind of the only thing good that the British did to them, aside from like building infrastructure, was like getting rid of caste society. What am I gonna have for breakfast? Breakfast slash... it's kind of like dinner for me, but whatever. Maybe some eggs, I don't know. I feel like Singaporeans have kind of like adopted a lot of white culture though, like, it's a very capitalist country. That's an obelisk. Oops. I'm not getting a pie, bro. What's better, wonton soup or beef noodle soup? I like Chinese breakfast. It's like actual food, you know? Not fucking cereal. I remember we went to Kaikoura and you see like the Chinese people eating their breakfast at the like camping ground. And it's like, bro, why do we eat this shitty ass cereal and when we could be eating real food, like an actual meal? They have like dinner for breakfast. I was like, what the fuck? Why do we do this shit? Why do we have fucking shitty ass cereal? It's so stupid. I always thought that. That's really stupid. I'll get two breakfasts and I can eat one for like lunch or or dinner. All my money gets spent on food and bills. Hooray. My savings are being emptied. Simply because I'm buying 2 meals a day instead of 1. I could afford 1, I can't afford 2, and that's why I have to keep taking money out of my savings. At least I'm supporting local businesses. And I get to try new things all the time and I don't have to cook for myself. I mean, that's the reason why I do it. That's the reason why I spend money on it, but, yeah. It's still kind of annoying. So breakfast, maybe I'll eat it all and then I won't be hungry later. I probably won't eat all this soup though, like soup is quite, it's a lot of water. I'm glad to stream, I've been doing this stuff for years, I just didn't stream it. I didn't record it. No, I've got a record of what I do, and that's cool. And other people can watch it if they want, and it's not just me being isolated, you know? Australia is basically the same as New Zealand, I mean, what do you expect? This is sick artwork. That's cool as hell. It's these three that are the big difference. Power distance, individualism, low power distance, which means fairly equal hierarchies, social hierarchies, yet individualistic. Which is like, how does that even work? That's weird. And indulgent, so not restrained. I feel like I kind of think there should be hierarchies to a degree. Like, I kind of do agree with hierarchy. What if we go like Germany, like a European country, right? That's where nature was from. What do we think? That's about the same, but they're more restrained. And they're actually also very individualistic. Is Japan like really restrained? Let's go. Yeah, sort of. Not as much as China though, they say. How about, Ireland? What's that like? Indulgent. Okay. How about, Poland? What's that like? Restrained. Quite restrained. More restrained than Japan even. That's interesting. High power distance. Not as individualistic. What is uncertainty avoidance? It's quite cool. You can actually, if you pay them, you can get them to do one about you. You answer a bunch of questions. Maybe I'll do that one day. Guess that's how they make money. Who has a low restraint? Like 75. There's gotta be one that's like higher than that. Who's higher? Who's like, what is like the least? Mexico. Ah, very interesting. Well, that's cool. I found this. Hi, that's no, that's yeah, this one. Yeah, no, that's right. Definite tendency toward indulgence. People in societies classified by high score generally exhibit a willingness to realize their impulses and desires with regard to enjoying life and having fun, positive attitude, optimism, higher degree of importance on leisure time, act as they please, spend money as they wish. What a joke. Oh, suck. Hahaha, cheat code. They changed the name of the feminine masculine one to, like, achievement, like, what's it called now? Motivation toward achievement and success. Interesting. Know how to use the bathroom. So if we are thinking, okay, if we are thinking restraint, collectivism, hierarchy, I mean, China looks pretty good, right? Who's collectivist? Okay. So we got like China, Korea's, Vietnam, Thailand, Chile, and then like parts of Africa. I actually don't remember this. Is this Guatemala? Or is it Nicaragua? I think it's Nicaragua, right? I think that's Guatemala. No? What the fuck? How'd I get that wrong? Is it Honduras? It's Honduras. I feel like hierarchical societies reward success better, to a degree. I don't know. Is Russia collectivistic at all? I don't know, it's interesting. This is what I said. I kind of already knew that. Come on, food. Another 11 minutes. It's been like half an hour. It's been half an hour. Bro, 40 minutes for a place that it said was like 20 something minutes away is shit. It's like double the time. Time. Yeah, mate. G'day, mate. G'day, mate. Come on, man, I'm hungry. Hungry for my breakfast. My breaking of fast. That's what breakfast means. Breakfast. Breakfast. What are you doing? What are we getting? Steamed buns, wonton soap. What's the other one? Soy egg or something. No, it's something egg. Like marinated egg. Soy sauce egg or something. Where's this guy from? How do they get to write these? He's doing the Philippines. No, what? This is where his top listeners are. What the fuck? Philippines. Yo, stop bugging. You can't right click on it. Wave funk, that's right. Say in Spanish, tengo hambre, I have hunger. Tengo hambre, tengo mucho hambre, I have much hunger. Tengo muy mucho hambre, I have very much hunger. Quiero comer, I want to eat. Espero que voy a comer hasta. How do you say? You just say pronto? Something like, I hope that I am going to eat soon. Studying Spanish. Studying Spanish as compared to like doing Chinese is like going from like having a fucking, life jacket or something in like a shallow pool to like drowning in the deep end. It's so hard. I don't even understand tones. Like, it's just hard. I need a teacher, probably. I had a good Spanish teacher, that kind of helped a lot. And I enjoyed it, and he was like an American, so he like rewarded your success. I liked him a lot. He was really strict and like maybe a bit narcissistic, but um, like he used to yell a lot, but like he got results. He was like one of the best Spanish teachers in the country, I think. Like he said, like the university asked him to like explain his methods and stuff. Maybe he's not a New Zealander, probably. Maybe because that's not his origin, his origin is American background. We talk about like racism that he faced from New Zealanders for being different. It's fucking crazy. Literally, like he's white, but because he's not of New Zealand origin, gets harassed. Doesn't live here anymore. They moved. They went to Malaysia. I wonder. Yeah, because this place sucks. Why would she not leave? Most of the best teachers I've had have either quit or actually like left the country or something. Economics teacher moved to Australia. Come on, food. Kinda wanna go to bed. China's the only one that's come up in all my three. Like, China seems like the best, right? China, China, China. China's collectivist, China's hierarchical, China's restrained. Feel like I could do something there, you know? I should go visit. That'd be cool. I wanna see Tiananmen Square. Get a picture with the Mao portrait. And meet people there and experience the culture. Be so cool. I could afford it, but it's a question of like, how do I do that? I've never traveled by myself before. I'm sure it'd be easy, like Shanghai or fucking Beijing. Can't be that hard, right? I'll just get a new phone and like that shit. Or I could use my Chinese phone. That's true. I don't really like it though. It's too big. Why'd I buy this massive ass phone? It doesn't even sit comfortably in my hands. It's kind of shit. No, I like China though. It's cool. China's cool. 你的微信是什么？ This is quite cool. I mean, it's plastic, but... Tiny steam bombs. Wait. No, you have to crack the egg. Where am I gonna put the eggshells? No, I didn't know that. I think there's visa-free travel now as well, which would suck. What the? I've never done one of these before, so... Everything is hot. Ouch. Oh well, you know, these guys are just getting the bag on Uber Eats, like... Can't really blame them for doing multiple deliveries, it's just how you make more money. Well, it's Uber's fault, really. It used to be they just came straight to you. Now you gotta pay extra for that. Classic capitalism, oh well. Steam bun. There's barely any meat in it. Right. It's alright. Quite tasty, I guess. Try it one time. It's okay, I just don't really like seaweed that much. Might have that later. San Francisco, New York, Washington, Los Angeles, parts of Texas. I think I might get off now. Probably go to bed. Yeah, I'm gonna get off now.